fucking thing. You know, yeah. I just wish stuff would just work. Tell you what, let's turn that off. It's blinding me. Blinded by... Oh, I know, Jordan. It does my fucking head in. It really does. And do you know what? There was part of me that was thinking, do you know, that other laptop, bye-bye, you little bastard, and all the shit that you've caused me. Expecting this to be better at all. And, you know, hey, up, Paul, you all right, matey? It's good to see you. One of our wild camping buddies there. Good to see you, my friend. Found a new spot for this summer. I was going to say provided we're not locked down, but I'll never be locked down. Never. One thing that we all need to just remind ourselves is it's very, very, very simple. Is that the day you left home was the last day you had anyone tell you what to do. That was it. That was the end of it. So you certainly shouldn't be allowing a government that was put in place for you to tell them what to do, telling you what to do. So fuck them. You know, we've got a little bit big for the boots, and nobody should be tolerating that. Nobody. It's not on. It never was. And I posted something in the post section, and it was a montage that was very, very well put together, very, very cleverly put together by a half decent YouTuber. He talks a bit like a robot, very monotone, like there's no kind of pitch in. But anyway, it's still a good channel, and yeah, he's been the business from the start. I like him. I like people that are outspoken about all this nonsense, because we're all sick of it. But he put a big, massive collection of clips together into a video, and I put it in the post section as a post. It's well worth watching, and I'll be impressed if you get all the way to the end of that without being angry. But it's worth... that anger is worth... A lot of people would want to avoid anger because it's negative. But feeling that anger again is just a reminder not to forget what they fucking did to us. Am I buffering again? Can you still hear me and see me okay? Because I'm just jerking around all over the place, and I don't really know what to do about it. I could maybe start doing live streams from the front room, because the Wi-Fi is in there, and I can just attach an Ethernet cable straight from the router, depending on where you're from in the world, straight into the laptop, so there won't be any buffering at all, you know. Because I can't be doing with this shit. I don't even know if you can hear and see me. Yeah, all good. A bit jerky. I've always jerky. Oh man, is it buffering now and then? Is it watchable? Because if it's not watchable, I don't want you guys to sit through poor visuals and poor audio for the next 3 hours, because you know I could always do one tomorrow night instead. So it's not. Some people go to work on Saturday morning. You know, if we do we could do a live stream on tomorrow night instead, and I can rig up an Ethernet cable. Are you sure? As long as you're sure, guys, you know, because on this side of the laptop, I'm not buffering in real life. Everything's good to go. It's the medium between me and you that's causing the problem. It comes and goes, a bit like my sanity. It's a bit. Don't worry, I'm not going to get carried away with this box. I'm not going to get carried away with my box. It's just every now and then it lightens the mood a little bit. So yeah, I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of people is going out and buying as much as they can, as much as they can afford. But even then, having to think about where every single shiny penny is going. I thought about investing in another crossbow, maybe another air rifle, whilst they're still legal, you know. Again, we're up against governments that are out of touch with their people, and I mean completely out of touch. So they'll be thinking that they're going up against us with high tech, guaranteed to win, against sticks and stones, when that's just not the case. You think about lots and lots of times throughout history, and when we've had enough, and we don't fail, or we give it a fucking good go. And there's a lot more of us now than there was then. But one of the biggest problems we've got right now are those towers. I like that, Michael, you dirty bastard. So I watched a film last night called Cell, as in CELL. Cell. This is my 2G phone, my new 2G phone. So I can't get any WhatsApp messages whilst I'm away from the house. Can't get any apps. No Google following me. I know that I might ping a few towers with the signal. Other than that, it's not picking up on my pace of movement and all of this data that they're harvesting from every single one of you. If I was to give you a bit of advice for what it's worth, it would be to get rid of your smartphone and get a 2G phone. Just get a 2G phone. Go back to basics. Just calls and texts. There isn't even any games on here. It's very, very, very basic. This is designed for elderly people, you know? It's like, I don't know if I pressed the button.
1, 2, 3, 4,
The average age of the soldier in the Vietnam War was 19. Oh my God. Not sure if you seen the message before. I got around 40 of the amber leaf sprouting at about 4 mil high. Nothing from the American one yet. Yeah, I planted a load of the American ones, and I completely forgot to spray them, and they dried out. But I did start to get some sprouts. But I've got some Havana tobacco as well now. So I've got Havana, American, and amber leaf. But isn't it interesting that the most successful tobacco so far that we've managed, that seems to be bulletproof, is amber leaf? You know, I've got potentially thousands and thousands of plants, all from that one plant that Michael gave me when we were camping. Oh, I picked up a couple more army ration packs. They ran out of 8s. What was that? Number 1 and number 8 I bought. And they were completely said, what you see there is the last of them. We can't get hold of any more. Now, I saw that as a sign, because they're either, so this, I got 2 number 4s, because what was left, considering this is British Ministry of Defence ration packs for British soldiers, yet every single one of the menus, all 10 or is it 11 menus, have all got curries in them. And most of them have got 2 fucking curries in them. This is England. Not every British soul can curry. We're pandering to far too many people that are taking the piss. Far too many. So anyway, I bought two more MOD ration packs. So they've either, well, it can only be one reason, that they're needing them ready to go to war. We won't be putting our troops in harm's way to fight in a war that has nothing to do with England or the UK. And then the next thing you know, it's like, and he's pretty much said that, right? But then you think about everything that he said prior to being made Prime Minister, and he's done a U-turn on absolutely everything. Everything. So we're supposed to believe that we're not going to be sending our lads and lasses to war. He's such a cunt. He is. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Great Britain, not UK. The United Kingdom is a corporation, a registered corporation. Great Britain isn't, right? So there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of men and women right the way across our nations that would love for that man's heart to stop. By whatever means necessary. People like him and all the rest of the front benchers, the back benchers, and the opposition, all of the opposition parties, they've all got to go, and they've all got to pay. All of them. Yeah, dead chuffed about that, Jordan, mate. And you've just seen what I've got, and you can't go wrong with them. And I've still got thousands of seeds left. So if anyone wants any seeds, I'll send you some. Just cover the postage. What's the postage? About whatever a first class stamp is. That's it. Just cover that. In fact, fuck it. I'll send you some for free if you want some. I just need to get some stamps in, and I'll send you some seeds, because once you've got the plants going, and if you start them off now, you will have flowers and then pods, seed pods, by the end of the year. And then you just empty them all out, just dry them out, let them dry naturally. And then you'll have seeds. And then you'll have more seeds next year, and then more seeds the year after that. So you'll be able to grow tobacco. The thing is, people are going to need to start developing some skills or have something to offer. Because the whole lone wolf thing, I've said quite a few times now, it's not going to work. Not on your own. You're going to need to find allies. But those allies will come after the shit's hit the fan. There are a lot of people out there that need life to come up to them and give them a full-on punch straight in the fucking jaw. They do. Now, you would have thought COVID would have done that, and the damage that did. And it has woken a lot of people up, a hell of a lot of people, right? So I'll retract a little bit on where I was going with that in regards to that, because that's not the case. There has been a lot of people woke up from that, but not enough. There's still people, it's like, oh, there's meningitis now. Oh God, Frank, what? There's meningitis now. Where are those masks? Where are the face masks? Where are they? I can't go out without one of them. Fuck off. I want to divorce you, cunt. Sick of you. But in Kent, cunts in Kent, that's got a nice ring to it. As soon as this meningitis malarkey came about, oh, save me. Stick it in me. No fucking lessons learned. So some people are 100% write-offs. But these food shortages and all of that are definitely on their way. And then all the power cuts, the orchestrated power cuts that are 100% on their way, are going to grind people down and wake more and more people up. And then they need to get angry, really, really angry, and know where to aim that anger. And then there'll be people like you that will be the voice of reason, because you knew this was coming, knew where it was going, and why it's happened. And people are going to need to have people around like that. Now voice of reason. When everyone's losing their heads, keep hold of yours. You'll be a light in the dark. I promise you, you will. You will. The universe has got plans for you guys, I'm telling you. I've seen that film. Do you think it could come true? Do you mean the film Cell, Alana? Well, I watched it for the first time, and I've got to admit, I don't think it'd be quite like that. But there's so many things that I've heard and read over the last sort of 10, 15 years that's kind of gone in and floated around, that kind of came together and connected from watching that film. So I don't think it'd be quite like that. You've got some some bloke grabbing hold of someone's dog and starting to nothing like that. But I do think that there's been training for some form of zombie apocalypse, right? Now, we're not talking about, you know, half eaten by worms people like coming out of graves and going, brains. Nothing like that. But I do believe that they know about frequency and vibration. I think they've just, I think arms of government like DARPA have just been given a bottomless pit of finance to really, really study frequency and vibration, because everything is frequency and vibration. Everything, absolutely everything. This piece of wood, the contents within it, the hand that's holding it, the ring that's on the hand, the chair I'm sat on, you get the idea. So you add on top of that, happiness has a high vibration. Sadness has got a low vibration, and we're capable of both of them. So if they can match the frequency of sadness, or the frequency, lots and lots of different frequencies that come from a human or any other animal, and they can match that frequency. So rage, for example, that's when anger becomes out of control. Rage is such an understated, underrated word. So if they can send a frequency out of rage into loads and loads of people that have got, you see, I do believe that there's stuff that we're breathing in, and there's stuff that some people have had injected into them that is self-assembling, and it's possible that it's turning people into a form of antenna. We're antennas anyway, we are, but an artificial form of antenna. So if they can send out a frequency from all of these towers that people think are just there for mobile phones, a frequency of rage, we could be looking at some trouble, real problems. But there are solutions, but you need to be thinking about those solutions for yourself, because I can't talk about them. Not because I'm self-censoring. Well, I am, but not for the reasons that you think. Now, it doesn't matter really about that. The Lord God is over all things, including the internet. I'm not a religious man, but I have stated that I do believe in a creator. I do believe that, but I'm not religious. I don't follow any book, you know. I've had so many people saying, yes, but have you read so-and-so versus so-and-so on number 2, whatever page, blah, blah, versus blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking, no, I haven't. And I'm not interested. I'm not a religious man. I believe, and again, this isn't meant to offend anybody. I don't want to offend. I think if you are like a proper full-on religious fanatic, then you are weak. You're weak. People need to be able to stand completely alone and not wait for some fucker to come out of the sky and save them. You need to save you. And as soon as you take on that realization and you feel the strength from realizing that, you don't need anyone to save you. Anyone. But religion, it's a human-made construct. All of it. Designed to divide. And it's done a fucking good job. Now, the fucked up element of Judaism, you know, these ones, the curly bits down here, right? They are banking on Christians going up against Muslims, and Muslims going up against Christians, whilst they sit back with this stupid fucking curly hair, thinking about fucking 3-year-olds eating their popcorn, expecting us to just kill each other. That's their plan. Anyway, you've still got some seedlings left. So, you got, right, some overwintered plants left. Yeah, I've got 2 plants left. 4, 2 upstairs, 2 down here. I hope that answered your questions, your question, Alana. I do think that there is an element of truth in that film, but it won't be as dramatic as that. Or it might be, but I don't think it'll be quite like that. But then who knows? Who knows? Abhor, which is evil. Romans 9. See, I don't want any passages. You can put all you want, all the passages of the Bible as you want on the screen, mate. But I won't be paying any attention to it. So no offense. I'm just not interested in religion. I'm not interested in it at all. Yet I'm a very, very, very spiritual man. You don't need to be. People think if you're spiritual, you're religious. That's an absolute load of bollocks. You've got spiritualism or spirituality, and then you've got religion, right? One's real, the other one isn't. That's the quickest way I can put it across to you. And everyone needs to get their head around that. It's just there for division. And you can tell me that I'm going to hell for thinking like that, or do whatever you want. You know, it doesn't faze me at all. I know what I know, and that's that. We're all entitled to have our own opinions and, you know, our own take on things. You're free. Remember, you're free. You're free. So if you want to carry on thinking about Christianity and, you know, religion and all of that, you fill your boots, but don't expect me to be part of it. You're free. You'll always be free as long as you allow yourself to be free. It's a choice. Let love be without dissimulation. Abhor that which is evil, cleave to that which is good. Yeah, you see, I agree with a lot of things that are in the Bible, and I did say earlier on that there are things in the Bible that are common sense, just common sense. But I don't need a fucking book to tell me that. I've got plenty of common sense. I don't need a book. It's the same as law. I don't need some fucking lord or baron or whatever to sign off for law, you know, to tell me that murder's bad. I know murder's bad. I don't need a fucking law. You know, I don't need someone to tell me rape is bad, that Harming children is bad. Harming animals, unless you're intending to eat them, is bad. Trashing people's property for no reason is bad. I know I've got a very innate awareness of the difference between good and bad. And anyone in society that hasn't got that, they need to be gone. So when they keep bringing out these acts and statutes and then more acts and more statutes and there's a layer in it, I was fuck off. I know what's right, I know what's wrong. And if there's any laws that they bring out that I don't agree with, I'm not going to abide by them. Why the fuck should I? I'm a grown-ass man. Especially when you know that the vast majority of laws out there, they're not there to benefit you. They're there to benefit them. So, anyway, where was I? This is only my second year of growing tobacco. And mine, Michael. It's been well worth the effort so far. Yeah, same here, mate. I'm so chuffed with them. So chuffed. Seeds from the plant that you gave me, mate. And I've still got shitloads of them. That's what I'm saying. If anyone wants them, I'll send them to you. And if you don't want me to know your address, send me a pickup, an address for a pickup point or something like that. Email me a pickup point and I'll send you some for free. I'll pay the postage. It's fine. No problem. It's well worth it. It's something that will always be in demand. It's been in demand for thousands of years, I mean, we don't know if what's his name brought it over for Queen Elizabeth I or not, do we? We don't know. So much of history is not what it seems. I question everything now, absolutely everything. And sometimes it's exhausting, but it gets less exhausting the more you do it. Kate Films, but Revolver. Seen it, good film. Is the only one that I can say is anywhere near the truth. And that is also a long shot, but go for it if you like. Yeah, I've got it on DVD. It's in there somewhere. So yeah, good. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name. Is it Reed 3? Yeah, I stand by my comment. I do believe that if you are completely enveloped in religion, within religion, right, then you are using something else as a crux for support, to support your spiritual, mental and physical health, using something external to do that. I see strong people as people that don't need to do that as strong people that can do that by themselves. So I stand by my comment that, yeah, anyone that is, religious as weak, I think everyone should learn to stand alone. Religion is a man-made construct designed for division. But I do think there is something in the Bible. There is something in there. There is stuff in there that's been hidden for people that know it's not about religion to see. Good advice, a good way to live. Just to clarify, I know that England or the UK, Great Britain, and most of Europe was built on Christian values, and I'm very pro continuing with that. for our country to continue to live via Christian values. But I've got no intention of ever becoming religious because of all of the reasons I've just mentioned. And I think that's the only downside to, say, the Heritage Party, because he's just far too religious, and that just doesn't appeal to everyone. It'll never take off, ever. But again, absolutely no intent there on offending. Just always remember, offence is taken. I don't give offence, ever. And I'm very pro freedom of speech. Where are we? Creator should be separate from religion. Legion army. I like that. Rosa. Absolutely spot on. It should be separate because it is separate. The two are very different. But again, trying to convince someone that's religious, again, it's a form of brainwashing. They've been brainwashed, especially if it's generational. So if your mum and dad were die-hard Catholics, for example, chances are there's going to be a religious element of you, unless you're a strong individual. You can break free if you're meant to. And if their parents, if your grandparents were die-hard Catholics, then it's just been ingrained into your brain, a form of programming, just like the TV, the tell-lie vision. Today's program, programming, brainwashing. Religion does the same thing. It's just that people that are heavily into religion can't see it because they're brainwashed. And they don't like it when you point stuff like that out. Religious education was one of the most interesting subjects at school for me, not because I was religious, but because I was trying to figure out, even at a young age, how literally billions of people, possibly, we don't know what the count is of the population of the world. I do think it's a lot less than they say it is. But when I was at school and I had a rough idea of what the population was that I was told, how can so many people be brainwashed into believing this? So that there was a lot of interest. And as time's gone by and I've learned a bit more and listened a bit more and did a bit of reading, I've come to the conclusion that all of the major religions of this world are like cults. They're very cult-like. And then you've got splinters off each one of these big cults. So you've got like splinter cults coming off. There's about 30 different types of fucking Christianity, for fuck's sake. What does that tell you? Which is the right one? None of them is the answer. At least Islam is Islam, But then you've got Judaism. You'd have Jews, where it's like, are you a religious? Yeah, I'm a Jew. All right, which synagogue do you go to? Oh, I don't go to a synagogue. All right, so you're not a practicing Jew then? Are you familiar with the Talmud? I've heard of it. Are you a Jew? Well, my mum was a Jew, and my dad was a Jew, so I'm a Jew. This is the kind of cuntishness that I'm having to deal with in the world. People not having a fucking clue about their own identity. Fucking hell. Little do you know, but anyhow, live peacefully. I'm trying to live peacefully, and I'll go through as many fucking people as I have to go through to find that peace. I still stand by my opinion, and hopefully one day you'll wake up and understand. Yeah, I can imagine it is worth the effort, like growing your own bud. Price of 50 grams is extortionate. It is. Fortunately, I do know somewhere where I can, you know, I've got a family member. Oh, I shouldn't really. I know of people that do backy runs, what's known as backy runs, and so I get it less than half of what the shops are charging, but it's still extortionate. If you can get 100 grams easy off the average amber leaf tobacco plant, then that's nearly 100 quid's worth from one plant. So if you sell seedlings, so you've already got them going, they've already got at least, say, 6 leaves, so they've got a fighting chance, and you sell that for 25 quid, explaining that one of those plants is worth 100 quid's worth of tobacco shop bought tobacco, one of them, and you're giving them 12 for 25 quid. It's an absolute no-brainer. It's about selling it. It's about coming up with the perfect sales pitch without lying. I don't need to. I can tell you straight to your face. I've lost the train of conversation there, mate. I don't know what that was from. I'll tell you what, read 3. Let's just leave religion out of it, right? Because I don't know about anybody else, but I'm not fucking interested. I see it as a massive problem in the world, and I'm sick and tired of fucking problems. So not being part of any religion has given me one less problem in my life and in the world. So I'm not interested. If you want to carry on with your religion and you want to carry on with all of your, you know, proverbs, this and all of that, you know, you fill your boots, but I'm not interested. But I have said, and I do stand by it, that there is information within the Bible that is very interesting, quite accurate, and a good way of living, right? In fact, actually, read 3. I don't know how to pronounce your username. I do believe that it might be possible, if I click on to your name, I can invite you into the live stream, and then we can hash it out properly. I'll just let you talk, right? Then you indicate, let me know when you've finished, and then it's my turn. I can add you into the live stream so we can discuss this. We can hash out religion. What do you think? I'm up for it. I'm so fucking up for it. What do you reckon? Let's see how to do it. Hold on. Oh, there must be a way. Oh, I don't know how to do it. If anyone can tell me how to do it, please let me know. And I'll add your read 3. You can come up, you can, so everyone can hear your voice and everyone can hear my voice, and I'll let you talk, and then you let me know when you're done, and then I'll talk. Yeah, I'd be very, very, very up for that. I'd fucking love that. Yeah, it's good, Jordan. It's good right from the off. You're thinking, fucking hell, you know, because what we've learned, and when they I think they did it last year, and I think they might have did it the year before or the year before that, where they put like they sent a tone out, an alarm alert tone out to everyone's mobile phones. Do you remember that? They've done it twice now. And on both occasions, I wrapped my phone up in 7 layers of kitchen foil, right? And then pressed it all down, called it from another phone, couldn't get anything. So I knew it was done. Then put it in my microwave when I had my microwave down, right? Couldn't receive anything. So my phone never received any of those alerts. And I don't know why. I just feel like there was something very fishy about that, you know? So if they can get certain frequencies through mobile phones on top of the fact that they've got these masts as well that are capable of doing God knows what, it's an interesting film, Jordan. Right from the off. Yeah. You can pick it up for about £3 or £4 second hand on eBay. So I highly recommend that you send off for it, because again, we all know that predicted programming is very real, and it's been very real since the invention of cinema and the live vision, ever since. So who knows? And there does seem to be some sort of rule of engagement where they've got to tell you what they're doing, but only people that are looking for it will know, or will see it, or will be able to comprehend it. You know? Whereas most people, they're just in their little bubbles. Oh, everything's normal now. Kev next door. You know, we've always got plenty of food in. Yeah, of course you have, Kev. Of course you have. Oh, dear. Don't come here to spout religion. This is a friendly prepping channel. Yeah, it is. It's about prepping. It's about prepping and the world, and just generalize, just subjects that might affect us moving forward. You might you might argue that religion can give you comfort in times of need, and I understand that does do that for people, but I don't need it to do that. I've got me to do that. Vast ongoing government overreach, or perfectly put. Absolutely spot on. Your chat is getting tiresome. So, yeah, just chat with us, man. You know, Catholics. Oh no, I'm not a Catholic. I don't care. I don't care what you are. It shouldn't. Again, religion shouldn't come into it. I'm not. Hey up, David. What a breath of fucking fresh air. You know, you've come to help us all out. Oh dear. If someone can figure out and tell me how to invite read 3 into chat, Will that do anything? Participants. Oh my God. No. Yeah, if anyone can figure that out, please let me know. Because it would be nice to get a little bit of a debate going. Or would it? You know? I'd be up for it because I've already committed, you know, and I'll follow through what I say. Evening tea, hope you well and the girls and tribe. Been listening, but chowing down on a cheese and sweet chili cheese bake. Oh, that sounds really unhealthy, but extremely gorgeous at the same time, David. It doesn't sound like a very traditional Scottish dish, but it does sound very nice, you know. Oh dear, just slathered a little bit down my top. I had a pie for my dinner. I love pies. You're not a proper Brit unless you like pies. All you need to do is ask. I know, but I'm trying to work out how to add you to the live stream so we can just have a little bit of a to and fro about it. I'm not quite sure how to do it. Pride stops people asking. I'll ask anything of anyone. I've got nothing gets in my way. Nothing. And anything that gets in my way, I'll fucking move it out of the way. And everyone should be the same. But in a non-selfish way, you know? Right, I'm just going to have a slash, get a top up, and I'll be right back. And I'm sorry I've fallen a bit behind in that. Religion frustrates me. And this part of me wishing that I didn't put that prep food haul video out because I wasn't expecting it to gain that much traction, and we've ended up with about 50 more subscribers off the back of that, and a lot of them aren't going to really. A lot of them, they're not really going to get what it's all about. And yeah. I suppose it's a case of I accept that there are people that follow religion out there. I don't. I'm not interested. Don't push your shit on me, and I'll stop calling you weak. How about that as a compromise? I'm all about compromise. More than happy to compromise. I'll stop calling you weak if you keep your fucking religion to yourself, because I'm not interested. Who are you, annoying anonymous person? Well, I can show you. All you need to do is ask correctly. Ask what? Evening, brother, well done on the tobacco. I've got one that survived over winter in their house, and I'm in the Highlands. That's That's impressive. I've got 4, 2 upstairs and 2 in the kitchen. And one of the ones upstairs has got flowers growing on it. So I've got more seeds. It's fucking brilliant. It's brilliant. Why has everyone else not thought about this? You know, why isn't everyone doing this? It's an absolute no-brainer. Whether you're a smoker or not, it doesn't make any difference. Because I do believe that there are other medicinal benefits to nicotine. I really do. And I don't think proper homegrown organic tobacco is addictive. I think it's the additives that they've added to it that make it addictive and make it bad for you. So, and there are different applications, you know, that we're only just getting to know. So yeah, it's an absolute no-brainer. It really is. You've got more than a problem here than you know. Oh, you're definitely a fucking problem, mate. You're starting to wind me up, you know. Rein it in. Rein it in. Rein it in or fuck off. Because if I don't get rid of you, someone else will. Tone it down and get into prepping. Start talking about prepping and the world, and we'll leave religion out of it, right? We'll try and bring it back down again, try and make it nice and friendly again, and then leave it at that. And then just flow, you know? Reed or rod of iron? Fuck me. Not much ego there then. Bloody speak and spell in the greenhouse. I knew what you meant. Can read between the lines. You're not allowed to see me. Well, I can show you maybe in a dream later tonight. Yeah, do whatever you fucking want, mate. Send your dreams along. Really interesting. What were you saying about the towers and rage frequency and the jabbed being thinking similar? Even spoke to Denise about it. Yeah, I do think this, as time goes by, it seems to be becoming more and more of a concern to me. And watching that film didn't fucking help. And the lovely lass that put me on to that film, she insists that the cover of the original book, which was a Stephen King book, that's changed, because now on the cover of the book it's just, or apparently, again, this could be some Mandela shit, we don't know, you know, but in the film it's like these towers, just like these towers we've got around us. I'm not going to tell you any more about the film because I don't want to ruin it for you. And I think that I do think if you've got the means to watch it by whatever means, there are loads of different ways these days. But if not, I don't know if you guys have got like a doomsday DVD or CD collection, because I have, and I've got a little portable DVD player. I can play DVDs on this as well because I've got a little like a DVD player you can just plug into the side of this, because there's not one built into it. So I can watch films and stuff like that in between prepping and doing cracking on with stuff in an SHTF situation. So I've made sure I've got loads of films. Again, I'm not one of these. Well, I don't want to get loads of DVDs because all of mine are downloaded onto my phone, or downloaded onto this hard drive, or downloaded onto that, or downloaded on all electric. Whereas these are actual physical copies of films that I've got. I prefer to have a physical copy of everything. And Cell is definitely a great addition to my collection. and it's definitely something that I would recommend that you watch, and just hope that, or pray, read 3. Hope that it doesn't turn out like that, But those towers need to be dealt with. So we've got the Blade Runners dealing with these stupid fucking cameras in these low emission zones, So we've got loads and loads of people that don't even know each other, all going out at night time and fucking those cameras up, and rightly so. And I think that more and more people could maybe consider going out and doing that to these towers, because before I kind of justify, nice one, Michael, he was turning into a bit of a cunt. If you weren't going to do it, I was going to do it. But I was going to finish off what I was going to say first, and then scroll down to see whatever else shit's coming out of his fucking mouth. Can't be doing people like that. If people want to be religious, right? I'm not going to tell you not to be religious. You're free to do whatever the fuck you want, as long as it's not affecting me or anyone I love. But then when you really think about it, religion is affecting me and everyone I love. So I've got an issue with it, and I've always said I'm a spiritual man. I am, I ask myself the most incredibly profound questions all the time, as I'm sure a lot of you guys do. But I'm not gonna go into some cult. I don't agree with religion. It's too divisive. If religion was complete, if there was a complete whitewash of religion, right? Look how quickly colour suddenly doesn't really matter. It would break down so many barriers. There'd be so fewer issues in the world. There would. Religion's a fucking problem. It's a problem. But you try telling a religious person that. No, you're the problem. You're the problem because you don't believe in Christ. Someone that goes to the same church several times a week, especially every Sunday without fail, right? To a Church of England church where the last bishop turned around and said, God would have had the vaccination. Jesus would have had the vaccination. His words, word for word. Fucking hell. You see, that's another example. Fuck religion. But yeah, anyway, David, the towers, and we all give off different frequencies depending on our mood. And I do believe that they have the ability to manipulate people's moods. And I think a lot of illnesses and colds and flu-like symptoms are all as a result of these towers and radio frequencies fucking with ours, messing around with our own natural ones. And ours are designed to work in balance with nature. These fucking things are the polar opposite of nature. Polar opposite. Pure evil. The ultimate DARPA weapon. And they need to be dealt with. You watch. If one ends up going down like that, guess who will get a knock on the door? Anyway, is he on the naughty step, Michael, or is he gone? Oh, I've missed a bit here. Let me go up a bit. Sorry about that. Nice, Dave. Mine did survive the winter. We'll get a greenhouse set up. The way that my garden's positioned, a greenhouse just won't work. I have thought about it, but I have thought about building a couple of cold frames. I've got some. Yeah, I've got everything I need for that. Cold frames, you can carry on growing. If it's positioned right, you can carry on growing lettuces, strawberries, stuff like that throughout winter. If it's positioned right. Pie, bangers, mash, cottage pie, stew and roast. My top meals. Oh, fucking hell, Jordan. Where do you live? I'm coming round on Sunday. But I love pies. Love them. Always have. I've stopped buying Fray Bentos pies because it's just pastry and gravy now. That's it. It's such a shame. I was so pro Fray. But yeah, there's the whole shrinkflation thing. We're just getting less and less and less for our money. And even cans that I did in that prep food hall shop video that I did, I'm always checking for dents and, you know, anything, because you want a perfect can for longevity, storage, right? And I'm pressing it, and I'm thinking, has this got a dent in it? You know, I'm just pressing it like that. Is this dented? And it's not. It's just that the cans are so fucking wafer thin now. It's ridiculous. If you were lucky enough to find a tin of baked beans from, say, 1990 right in the back of your cupboard, and you pulled that can out, can of Heinz baked beans, for example, and then you went out and bought a can of Heinz baked beans now and held one in one hand and one in the other, 40 years apart, 30, and then just pressed, one would just cave in. A lot of its structure now is the plastic inside, the plastic that they've got inside. There is no need for that. There's no need for that plastic. So why is it there? Because microplastics fucking kill you slowly, and it's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. One of the leading causes of dementia, one of the leading causes of Alzheimer's, cancer, ADHD, autism. I did have a massive list in my head that I was thinking about earlier on, so I could reel them off, and it's fucking gone. And that happens all the time. Well, plastic's just so bad. It was one of the worst things that they could have ever invented. Yet at the time, it was like, oh, wow, this is a game changer. This is fucking fantastic. Now, we've got pretty much every single species of aquatic life in the oceans that are full of this shit, you know, and we're eating it, and they're not able to function properly because it's possible with aquatic mammals like whales and dolphins that, and they're just as complicated as we are, or just as intelligent as we are, but in a different way. what's to say that they're not getting dementia and Alzheimer's? And there's more and more and more of these beautiful. So I'd ban plastic tomorrow if I could. And that's what's lying in the tins that you've got stored away for a rainy day. So the things that you need to rotate the most frequently are things like tin tomatoes and canned fruit, really, and canned meat that's got a high salt content in there. So it's a bit of a nightmare, really, but we're doing what we can. And I would say only about 25%, maybe 30% of my food storage is cans. The rest is rice and beans, motherfucker. If you can try and make your rice and beans taste differently every single day by adding different spices, always salt, good quality salt, but different spices every day, and have rice and beans every day, but find a good source of rose hips for your vitamin C to stave off any scurvy. Scurvy is so easy to fix. And hope that we get a bit of sunny weather from time to time, for our bodies to formulate vitamin D, which isn't a vitamin, it's a hormone. We just need to try and get back to nature. We really do. And eating healthily. So if someone turned around to you and said, right, I've got a really, really lovely cottage pie, microwavable cottage pie, but I can cook it in the oven, or I've got some plain rice and beans for you. What do you want? What do you want? Because I can see you're hungry. Most people go, oh, that cottage pie, it's cooking away in plastic, and that plastic's leaching into the food, but it sounds way better than rice and beans. I'll go for the cottage pie. That lack of self-discipline, because we all want nice tasting comfort food, but to anyone that's listening that's on a shoestring budget, and I know that a lot of people are, and their head's spinning because they're watching prepping channel after prepping channel, and you're hearing preppers turning around and going, you need to get a crossbow, you need to defend your home, you need to get this, you need to get that, this is essential, that's essential for prepping. And their heads are spinning because they're thinking, well, I've only got this amount of money, I don't know where to start. Always start with food, always. And even though food fatigue is very real and quite demoralizing, can be, depending on how good you are at bringing yourself out of low moods. Focus on rice and beans. If you are literally on a shoestring budget and you can't afford a crossbow, you can't afford that, you can't afford this, you can't afford that, And there are millions of people in this country now that are like that, but there aren't millions of people in this country that are thinking like that. So my advice would be to just get a shitload of rice whilst it's cheap, and get a massive variety of beans in, because, and I know that I've said it before and I don't like repeating myself, but there could be people listening right now that have never heard this before, and it's important. If you mix rice with a selection of different beans, then you're creating a complete protein. That's proper sustenance. That's all 9 amino acids that your body needs. You can get by on that. You can. And that, you don't get a more shoestring budget than that. On top of the fact that if you get certain beans, I know no one wants to talk about fucking beans. I get it. But let me just get this out of the way. So get yourself down to Asda or Tesco, or got some sort of Asian, if you're unlucky enough to have an Asian market near you, you know. And I say that, some people think, that sounds a bit racist, Terry. Yeah, it's because I miss the England that I grew up in. I'm missing it. We're losing our identity and I'm not fucking happy about it. Always wanted to go to India. Check it out. The whole kind of Hinduism and that element of India, and just seeing the real place, and going to Italy, even though it's another European country, I get that, and just seeing the real Italy and experiencing that, and then maybe going to Africa. I mean, look around me. Look at this shit. Most of my house is full of African stuff because I love it. Never been. I had the opportunity, but I ended up getting sent down, so I missed that shot. I missed that chance. But I want to go over there to experience that culture. I don't want to go to fucking Leicester or Birmingham to experience that culture. I want to fuck all of that off and get England back. Anyway, so if you've got any Asian markets around you, one good thing about them is that they've usually got good sauces, not curry sauces, sauces with a C. So chances are the spices and the herbs and stuff that you're going to buy from these Asian markets are going to be good quality stuff, right? Now, if you haven't got an Asian market around you to buy loads of rice and beans and spices and stuff like that, if you go to your local Tesco, your local Asda, they're the only two that I can think of. Maybe Sainsbury's, maybe, and buy a shitload of mung beans, M-U-N-G, mung beans. You wouldn't believe how far this jar has gone. Look at it. I mean, I haven't got massive hands anyway, you know, but the amount of bean sprouts I've had from half a jar. So I've got them at different rates. So these are fresh. I need to just put fresh water in there. You just don't put a lid on it no lid, just a cloth, clean cloth over the top to stop any flies or bugs or dust from getting in there. And then just put some fresh water in up to there, give it a good spin around. I need to do this because these are too dry. And then when you've given them a good rinse, put the original lid up against it and pour the water into one of your plant pots so you don't waste the water. This is all about prepping. Pour the water, drain the water back off into one of your plants so that water doesn't get wasted. And I've got them at different stages. I've always loved bean sprouts, always. And for the last 6 weeks or so, I've been eating them fresh, made by myself. So you just pour about a centimetre, say a centimetre of this thin jar, just to give you a rough idea, 1 centimetre into another clean, fresh jar, and then pour water in there, spin it around, and then drain about 80-90% of it off. And then put a cloth over the top. And then just every day or every other day, change the water, give it a good spin around, give it a good swish, make sure that that water gets around all of your bean sprouts, all of your beans. Pour the water into another one of your plant pots. And eventually you end up with bean sprouts. Microgreens grown in a jar. And it's so fucking easy. And I got this idea from Kirsty from Heart's Humble Homestead. So just watching one of her videos has changed, been a game changer. Bean sprouts from mung beans. Now I know Michael's been doing microgreens for quite some time. But excuse me if I'm wrong, Michael. But Michael's kind of got his microgreen setups a little bit looks quite posh, you know, and it is probably more efficient as well, you know. But I'm just saying that you don't need all of these little lighting systems and all of that, and special trays and all of this going on. All you need is some jars that you used to have curry sauce in there, or a sweet and sour sauce in there, or whatever, a tomato, some sort of tomato passata or whatever. Doesn't matter. Give it a good clean out and fill it full of mung beans. And then put a moisture absorber in there. And just grow your own microgreens in a jar. I've been doing that for about 6 weeks now. I've got them at different stages. And I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. Anyway. Shall I ask them to join the broadcast after you approve them? Yeah, I'm assuming, yeah, there are settings, but I do like to leave it public because I do think that from the inception of this channel, I've always wanted it to be 100% organic, no special quality lighting, you know, that a lot of YouTubers buy. It's like a glowing big white ring, you know, fuck that, you know, and then a big sort of like kind of microphone there or something like on a big arm, or fuck all of that. You know, I don't do editing. I don't do anything. I don't do anything like that. It's a completely organic channel. You know, yeah, I'm using technology to connect with you, but that's it. I don't edit. I don't do anything like that. So the live stream is public, so anyone can just join. Anyone can just join in. Anyone. And thankfully, I mean, if you look over the last 12, 13 months, 15 months, we've been doing live streams in the 5-6 years of the channel. and we've not had that many people come in that haven't settled in. Some have took a while. We haven't had to kick that many people out. Not many. I could probably count them on one hand. So we've got something going on here, you know. So I like the idea of people coming, you know, just the Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. They're just like looking for live streams just out of curiosity, you know, something that's live, because then it's not old. It's happening in real time, and that appeals to a lot of people. So if they come across this live stream and they're reading the chat and they're listening to whatever I'm waffling on about, and they're finding it interesting, then they'll either stay or they'll go. And if they stay, they stay purely organically, you know. So yeah, I don't like blocking though, Jordan. You know. Yeah, I'm. How can you promote free speech and then start blocking people? So I don't want to end up being a hypocrite, but I also have to think about everyone else that's in the chat as well. I don't want the vibe bringing down. The vibe out there is already fucking down. We do this so that we can bring it back up a little bit. So when people threaten that, we give them a chance. And if they continue to fuck about and they start getting a little bit gobby, you know, and start getting a little bit sweaty, you know, then we've just got to either put them on a naughty step or fuck them off altogether. And the same applies with society and communities in general. That's how it should be. If you've got something going on that works and is beneficial, and one person comes along and tries to dismantle that in any way, keep an eye on them, and if they continue to do so, they get ejected. It's as simple as that. But I am pro free speech, you know, but I don't want to. It's about balance. You're heading out of the chat. Read or just chill. No more worries. Oh God, how far behind am I? I'm going to go down now. I'm so sorry I got behind again, guys. You know what I'm like. I'm so sorry. I do apologise. Let me try and catch up. StreamYard can just post a link in chat and can join through YouTube. Is a ball ache as far as I know. Any road. I didn't know that, David. Yeah, I didn't know that. I'm not familiar with StreamYard. It's a 30-minute timeout. Right, okay, nice one, Michael. I had a feeling you were going to do that, because you're not a straight right, fuck off. And I'm glad. And I think that's one of the reasons why I picked you and Lana as moderators, because you've got a slightly more level head than I have. You know, unfortunately, I'm not always, because I've always been quite a good mediator. Every single fight I've ever gotten involved in is because I've been trying to break a fight up. You know? And I ended up getting caught up in it because someone's hit me in the head. And I thought, oh, hell no, you know? But I love to bring peace. I love to kind of step in and just go, whoa, you know? Whoa, you know? What's going on? Let me buy you both a drink. Anything, just for peace. I want peace. That's all I fucking want in life is peace, you know? And I'll smash through as many people as I have to find it. Well, yeah, I do get pissed off with people, and I've only got my patience level at the moment is kind of it's not ideally where I'd like it to be, but I'm working on it, you know. Whereas you and Lana, you've got very, 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 very good balance. You know, it's like the yin yang of moderators. I do have a lot of films downloaded, mainly because I downloaded it all for free. Yeah, hey Jordan, I'm with you on that, and I've done the same. Probably like for like, so I know where you're coming from. But they're all kind of on things like that. Look at that. That's made from proper wood. Isn't it lovely? I don't know if I've shown you this before. I'll just quickly show you again. So it's a wooden 60 gig thumb drive, and it comes in its own little coffin. I've got a thumb drive coffin, a thumb drive coffin. A thumb drive coffin. I never really thought about it until now. Oh, that's a bit dark. Anyway, so yeah, I've got loads and loads of stuff downloaded as well. But I've just got a shitload of DVDs and Blu-ray, and I've got the means to play it as well when it goes down and recharge the stuff that I've got that's capable of playing these films, you know. As the old man always used to say, religion has caused more death and suffering than any other thing. Beliefs are a personal thing and should stay that way. Do you know what, David? That is so fucking poetic. I love that, and absolutely spot on. And I would have loved to have met your dad. I think I'd have liked him. A bit of a warrior, I reckon. Little things that I've picked up on what you've said about him over the last, year or so. That's the conclusion I've come to. Proper warrior Scott. That butter was a bargain. Graham's at home bargains is £2. Fuck me. So we got it at half price. I had to give it another. I had to do several. When I was going down with the phone down the receipts, I was thinking, I hope I got, and I'm going back tomorrow for another 10. I've made more room in my freezer. That's an offer that you can't turn down. 10 blocks of proper good quality butter, £1 a block. Although they are very small blocks, if you notice that, but still good butter. Hello, Mandy. You all right, darling? How's it going? It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us, Mandy. Hey, Mandy, got a proposition for you. Would you like to nibble on my nuts? Because One Stop make the best dry roasted peanuts. I'll send some down to you. Sorry, I had to get an innuendo in there, Mandy. We haven't had one tonight. Just a lot of religion and arguing. But yeah, thanks for joining us, sweetheart. Always good to see you. Keeping a jock in a job with the Grahams. Yeah, Alana was telling me about it. She's like, yeah, it's not like just down the road from where she lives, but it's not, it's not a kind of an overnight job. It's relatively local to where she lives. And I had no idea. I thought Graham's was like from Jersey Cows, you know, just like proper Jersey milk, and it's just really, really nice milk. I'm so pissed off that the co-op's closed, stopped selling it, you know. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, grab that butter, grab it whilst you can, because it's good quality stuff. £1 for a block of butter. I'm telling you, dairy, fresh quality dairy, fresh quality organic eggs, fresh quality fish, and fresh grass-fed meat is what we need and what we used to have as a given. That was normal. It's not anymore. There's a very famous soup, right, that we trusted as kids. It rhymes with Campbell's. And I've heard a few things, seen a few things that has convinced me that allegedly the meat that you find in any of their soups is lab grown. So what else is lab grown? You know? Anyway, got around 20 blocks in the fridge. Oh, nice one, David. That doesn't surprise me at all, mate. I'm just glad that you've got a farm foods up there. I know you have, because Lana went and she got 10 blocks. She went to get 20 blocks and they were like, no, it would have been, no, you can't have 20 blocks, Lana. That's too fucking much. Look, there's a sign. It says 10 blocks per customer. Now put them back, you greedy cunt, you. I'm sure that wasn't her experience. I'm sure it was way more pleasant than that. But that was pretty much the scenario, you know. So it's 10 blocks per customer. But it's like buying paracetamol. It's like, no, sir, no. So you can only have 2 boxes of paracetamol, not 3. No. Duty of care. Oh, all right then. Okay. How much is that? £1.20. There you go. Here's your change. Thank you. Go around, get 2 more boxes, join the back of the queue. Oh, that's 2 boxes. That's all right, sir. No, you can keep doing that. By law, you can keep doing that. It's per transaction. So you could literally go to your car, put all those 10 blocks of butter in the back of your car from Farm Foods, and then go back in and buy another 10, and then another 10. Until there's more butter than car. So I'm going back for more because that's quality, trusted butter, Beauvais free, as far as we know. And body fucking loves good quality dairy food. It was designed to take it in and absorb it and utilize it. Same as fish, same as meat, especially eggs. As I've said before, you look at an egg, that egg is an entire support system. So if you buy quality eggs, you know, you've got superfoods, and then you've got superfoods. And proper organic eggs is a superfood. But so is good quality dairy, and good quality meat, and good quality fish. They're all superfoods. But then so are nettles. That's a superfood, you know? Anyway, I wasn't expecting to give you half an hour on butter, so I do apologise. We've done around 6 months with our home-grown tomatoes and potatoes, and 8 months of cucumbers last year. Fuck me, mate. That's so good, Jordan. You've definitely got green fingers. But then so have I, but only when you make me angry. I'll go green all over. Do you remember the Incredible Hulk? David Banner was a scrawny little cunt, right? And then it'd warn him. He'd go, look, don't make me angry, you know, because you'll fuck me off. You won't like me when I'm angry, right? And there's someone like, whatever, right? Next thing you know, he's like, you know, everything's ripping, you know, but his shorts still fitted him perfectly. Yeah, food in several ways to filter water. Absolutely. I was having this, I think it might have been Rosa, and we were talking about water. Whenever you get containers, if you get any more sturdy, stronger, thicker containers for storing water away, right? When you buy these containers, make sure you give them a proper, good, thorough wash out first. Now, when this first, I've ordered another one of these because it's stackable, you see. But I've got one. The next one I've got is one that's less posh. It hasn't got this little soap dispenser thing, and it's got one of them. But they're very stackable and very sturdy. Yeah, 20 litres, look, right? And for what they cost, you're not going to buy something like that in a shop in England for that price. So I've ordered another one. But even with that one, I put melting fluid in there, just the right amount, and a little bit of bleach in there, but just the right amount, not much, and gave it a proper good shake around. And then about a couple of hours later, another good shake around. So it was getting in all the little nooks and crannies, and then left it overnight. Following day, a good shake around, then an hour later, a good shake around, then I emptied it all out and then just rinsed it out with tap water, and then emptied all that out and then used distilled water, about a pint, maybe 2 pints of distilled water, and then just flushed that around, just shook it around like that. I hope there's no deaf people watching this right now that haven't got subtitles on. They'll be thinking, motherfucker, they're doing. I'm so sorry. I know not all deaf people sound like that. So yeah, give them a good clean out. Give them a proper good clean out. But water, you do need to store water. I'm telling you, if all of a sudden they do level 18 blackouts, so we've got literal blackouts, everything. So no water coming through your tap. You know, we've been lured into this life of absolute convenience, where we've got, like now, because it's gone through me like a Porsche, but I'll continue through the door. We've gotten so used to all of these conveniences. We've been able to go into a room like this, lift the lid up, and have a really good piss. And then when you're done, you just flush the toilet. It gets rid of whatever's in there, put the lid down, and you forget about it. Not knowing that there's a very intricate and relatively delicate system in place to deal with all that. And we've had this system in place for so long that we've just taken it for granted. So what happens when that's all gone away? Don't take them for granted. And again, I believe in muscle memory. So, and memory muscle, right? So I grew up in a house with no central heating, no indoor toilet, no indoor bath, no shower, nothing like that. A bucket in the sort of a bucket in the corner of the bedroom during all year round, but especially during the winter. Just don't want to go out when it's snowing and it's go down the bottom of the yard. So I've been pre-central heating. We had no central heating. I've been pre all of that, getting dressed under the covers because it's so fucking cold to get ready for school. So I've lived through that. Tin bath, So it's not going to be as difficult for me to revert back to very, very simple times as it is going to be for a lot of other people. A lot of other people are going to find that very, very challenging. And I would put a bet on everyone here that's listening to me now are quite likely to be around my age. So you're part of a generation that's very, very, very unique. Because the transformation into the first industrial revolution was quite impressive. It was, and then the next revolution, and then the next revolution, which is the digital revolution that we're in now, right? We are part of a generation that was smack banging, that seems those two completely different industrial times. We're very, very, very unique in the fact that we've seen that overlap, and that overlap of two industrial types of industry have probably been the most profound of all of them. So to be part of a generation that's still fit and well and able to still do shit, but old enough to know when things were analog. And then we saw we remember the introduction of computers and computing. And now look at this shit. Now look at where we are now. So our generation's experienced that transition. The probably the most profound transition in industry, in human history. But actually, I take that back. But that's a conversation that's a rabbit hole in itself. Food and water, number one defense. 2, bought a couple of crossbows, as didn't have one, and another bow this week, and she'd loads of bolts and more arrows. Nice. I want to buy more bolts because no, I'm all right with a crossbow, but I do need to start practicing archery a bit more again, because you get rusty with that a lot easier than you do with pistol crossbows and air rifles. You get rusty with bows a lot quicker. And I mean, I've got out of all of them, my favorite one bear with me. Just bear with me 1 sec. This won't take long. So out of all 3 of my bows, my favourite one is the cheapest one. And the most simplistic. So you kind of go back to the whole, if it ain't broke, just like the hurricane lamps. That the first hurricane lamp was around in the mid 1700s, and it wasn't until like the mid 1800s that they turned it into what it is now, and it's not changed since because it doesn't need to. Because the simplicity of it speaks for itself. It does the fucking job. If it ain't broke, it doesn't need messing around with. Oh, I've created a bit of fucking chaos for myself here. So this is my favourite. It didn't arrive like this. I've wrapped it with camo wrap. To make it look a little bit more cool, but main reason is for grip. Just there, got a really, really nice grip. It's very ergonomic now. This is a slightly different type. It's all right, darling. Now, I think I've got the wrong limbs for this, so I hardly ever use it, even though this is the most expensive of the 3. Because the bow slap, it happens far too often for it to be normal. It shouldn't happen that often. It can happen from time to time, and I've got protection. I've got bow slap protection, leather protection. Well, actually, I use it on this arm here. And then this one. This was quite a pricey one as well. However, I am looking to get a 4th. And that inspiration came from Michael, because I saw his bow when we went camping. And no, that's not a metaphor. It was a proper bow. It's not slang for I saw his cock. I don't know why I said that. Anyway, so yeah, home security is absolute. It's right up there. But I know that a lot of people are very, very, very skint at the moment, and they're thinking, and like I mentioned earlier on, they're thinking, hold on, right, so I need to get this, I need to get that, I need to get that. That's going to cost so much money, and I've got to make sure I cover my rent. So which do I choose out of that? And then I've got Terry now saying that I need to maybe get a crossbow and a bow and blah, 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 blah. So I'm aware that there are people out there that are on a shoestring budget, a proper shoestring budget. So as far as home defense is concerned, I would recommend that you just spend your money on food, but try and be as discreet as possible about that. So you haven't got people knocking on your door, the scavengers, the vultures that never paid attention like you did, right? And just do stuff like maybe put a sign up on your gate or something for 2 or 3 quid. It's definitely worth the investment. I know that could be 3, 4, 5 tins of beans, but I think that the benefit outweighs that by putting a sign up saying, guard dogs, they do bite, you've been warned, or CCTV in operation, here. But then you've got to maybe put some duds. Yeah, you're making things more expensive. So just signs up like guard dogs, they do bite. You've been warned, right? And then always make sure you leave your key in your front door. A lot of people will say, don't do that. Go through your letterbox with a little hook, and then they pull your key out, and it drops down, and then they'll find it. And that's an absolute load of fucking bollocks. If you've got your key in your front door and it's fully locked like that, no one's going to be able to pick your lock, right? And no one's going to be able to get the key out of the lock through your letterbox. It's not happening. Not really. So on a budget for security, that's one thing. That's one of many things you can do. Then signage. Then make sure that you've got something sharp and potentially deadly in every single room of the house. Obviously, if you've got kids, just put them out of reach and make sure that they're secure and out of reach, but easy to get to, no matter what room you're in. There's so much you can do. I've always said one of the biggest mottos, if not the biggest motto of this channel that I've always said, is think outside the box. Because most people who are going to try and come through your door don't have the capability of thinking outside the box. So just have something handy in every room, you know, and focus, but then focus the rest of your money on food. Get as much as you possibly can. The more food you've got, the bigger the buffer zone you've created. And that buffer zone is there specifically to buy you time to relax and think about what to do next whilst observing what's going on around you. That's it. City preppers are very realistic. We know that we don't have enough land generally to be able to grow enough food to sustain us forever. Impossible. You need, for a couple, 4 acres. For a small family, 4 acres. You got 4 acres, because I sure as shit haven't. So we have to come up with ideas. We have to think outside the box. And unless you want to cave in to this digital slavery system, which is not, I'm not going to do. I know which hill I'm going to die on. And I'm not afraid. So unless you want to try and step outside of the system, you've got to try and think of ways of doing it. And there are ways. Because the system, this digital system that they're bringing in, is incredibly conditional. It won't be initially. They'll be like, hey, we've got you. Don't worry. We are going to have to ration food because of the war that was created on purpose. But we can make sure we'll make sure you've got an income, because we know there are no jobs anymore because we destroyed industry. You did what? Because of the destruction of industry. So everyone's going to need to be properly on their toes. Oh, shit. Right. I feel like I've just really waffled on there, and I'm so sorry. But I do think it was important stuff to discuss. I think that was all off the back of David and crossbows and me getting those bows out and stuff, you know. But you wouldn't believe how efficiently and effectively you can defend your home from a multiple of potential people that are intending to do you harm. You can take care of so many just from things that you can get hold of completely lawfully. Honestly, the vast majority of people, I think, that are part of our little tribe are creative people, and creative people are deep thinkers, and deep thinkers think outside the box. Supposed to be banned all over the internet. I know they tried that in Australia first, Jordan, to ban bows and crossbows. You know, you always keep an eye on the Five Eyes: Canada, America, the UK, New Zealand, Australia, because we're all we're extremely connected like that. It's just unfortunately, and apologies to any, no, I'm not going to apologize. You know, no offense to any Australians that might be listening or might listen to the replay or whatever. And the New Zealanders, you've been far too fucking soft. Far too fucking soft. You know, we've had similar occurrences happen in the UK as what happened to you at the start of COVID and the lockdowns. And we were way less tolerant than you were. You're going to need to up your fucking game. New Zealand and Australia, sort your shit out. The Canadians, you know, you've got the Mounties, which is their kind of SAS. Well, they're not, but you get what I mean, right? Mounties generally, right, are proper fucking badass. But the people, again, far too laid back. So out of the Five Eyes, no offense to any other country, and when I say the Five Eyes, I mean Great Britain. So that includes Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England, right? As one. But the three weakest links out of the five, from pure observation, right, is Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. You need to start getting your fucking shit together and finding that spine. Oh, welcome back, Mandy. I bet I've missed half of your comments. I'm so sorry, darling. Even though you've like gone, hello, Terry. I'm so sorry. Food in several ways to filter water. Yeah. And try and find ways of filtering water without equipment as well. Find a river and then just dig a ways back, you know, and the ground will do a lot of the filtering for you, as long as you can. There's so many ways we can do it without tech, without gadgets, and they're the ways we need to learn first, and then use our gadgets as just absolute backups. Try and do it the natural way to make those gadgets last a lot longer. And digging next to a river, and just keep digging and digging and digging. That soil does a lot of the filtering for you, and then you just leave it to settle for a little while, but you still need to boil it. And when I was walking the girls earlier on today down the road, I was just looking around. Oh, and I had some bad news as well. Anyway, so I was looking around and I could see all of this wood everywhere. It was just everywhere, you know. And I was just thinking, I've got an endless supply of wood, pretty much endless. So I can bring that back, and whilst burning wood that is already dried, whether I've dried it or whether it's been kiln dried, is irrelevant. I've just got so much dried wood, and so all I need to do is bring that damp wood back and put it around the stove when it's on, and it'll soon dry out. And I can cook on there, I can boil water on there, I can do anything on there. But again, I know that's this is one of the problems with this channel, is that I'm going to be able to relate to some people, while other than that they find completely relatable, that they aren't going to find relatable. It's the nature of the beast. You can please some of the people some of the time. Food and water. Work up to news crossbows banned. To save water in summer, I siphon the bath water into the water butt. Hey, that's brilliant. That is Jordan. I tell you what, mate, you're a born prepper. You are. You are. I've read a lot of your comments, and I've got no, you know, I suppose there could be some people like thinking, yeah, right. You know, but I genuinely believe that what you're saying is honest, and you're a think outside the box kind of guy, and I really respect that. I really do. And looking forward to a nice chilled out video that you're doing at some point. But you are a born prepper. You are, based on the stuff that you've told me, and I've got no reason, I don't feel any vibe not to believe you. So, a born prepper. Hold on. Now you've got the cleanest water butts around. And mine's welded with plastic. You know, I was so impressed with that. I need to go at it again just to seal off one more bit, but that's right underneath the base. But being able to fix plastic water butts with a little mini blowtorch and just bits that you've cut off an old milk carton and welding that onto your water butt, welding it on with a blowtorch, and it's done the job. It's beaten any other product that I've had, and I just wish that I knew that would work before the last water butt split. And I ended up thinking, fuck it. And I got a multi-tool out, a Bosch multi-tool, cut all the way around the base, and then turned it into a composter. Now, that water butt, that connectable water butt, they're about £90 now each. I could have bought a composter the same size as that for about 35 quid. So if I'd have known how to repair, if I'd have known this method of repairing water butts, I would not have turned that water butt into a composter. So, but it is what it is. I've got 3 composters now, and the Strait of Hormuz issue, right, is creating a problem for fertilizer, right? So you need to become, again, this isn't going to, not everyone's going to appreciate this because not everyone's got a garden. Can't please everyone all the time. But if you can get at least, say, three composters together, right? And you just throw everything in there, or anything that's organic, just keep throwing it in there and throwing it in there. And then maybe try and get some soil, get some topsoil delivered, chuck some of that in there as well, because you've got to have a mixture of soil and kitchen waste and eggshells, and then more soil, and it's got to be all blended. The worms do it all, right? And if you want that process sped up, then buy something called a tiger worm. It's called a tiger worm. They're like earthworms. It's the earthworms that work their way through your composting bins, and they turn that into compost, the worms and other insects, but mainly worms, right? Now, tiger worms are more aggressive. And when I say more aggressive, I'm not saying, oh, it's a little worm, that, oh, you little bastard, or a little worm on your path going, with a fucking machete going, come on, you cunt. Not that sort of aggressive. They work their way through biological matter a lot quicker than earthworms do. So it breaks it down faster. You end up with really good compost, aka fertilizer, a lot quicker. And you can buy them in. And as far as I'm aware, they're not really that much of an invasive species or anything like that. It's not a massive problem. So there's just so many things we can do, but we need to try and stay organic. We've got to try and be the opposite of what they're pushing. From every single perspective you can think of, we've got to be the of these evil, twisted cunts. So anyway, I've got 3 composters now, and I don't need to buy any fertilizer. And I also know how to make my own. Well, there's a few different ways of making very, very good quality plant food, really good quality, and it costs next to nothing. And one of them is just nettles, fermented nettles, that becomes so concentrated that you need to water it down. So you're looking at a lifetime supply of plant food. And then you put that liquid into a spray gun, filter out any bits and stuff, put it into a spray gun, and or just pour a little bit into a mini watering can and just put it around your tomatoes once every now and then. And it's like, all for free, all because it's just stuff that you can go out and get, or you've already got, and stuff that you would have just wasted and thrown in the bin. The way back is the way forward. I'm so sorry, guys, for getting behind. And I know I say sorry a lot, but I mean it every time. Body washes irritates my skin. I am trying to grow my own loofahs and sponges. Yeah, I find that fascinating. I only thought things like that grew on the seabed, proper sponges, But yeah, I don't use deodorant very often. My diet seems to keep my BO level of odor, the odor element of it, very low. But having said that, I do like to smell nice, But people just willy-nilly go and have a shower, squirt a load of blue fuck knows what into their hand, and then just in the mouth, in the ear, all over the biggest organ on the body. that absorbs so much that you wouldn't believe. Fuck knows what's in that shower gel. So if you can make your own soap or get some good quality soap in, you know, from reputable sources, it's worth it because your body's soaking this stuff in. Turmeric and black pepper soap. You see, your body will appreciate that, you know? So, but having said that, soap's something that's not going to go off. And I reckon I've got more Imperial leather than Imperial leather's got. But these shower gels, shampoos, I had to think, what's that stuff that people have on the head with that thing, hair. But yeah, these are all things worth thinking about. They really are, because I'm telling you, it's a multi-pronged attack on your health. It is, these sick, twisted fucks are killing you softly. So if you've got a multi-pronged defense, then they probably won't kill you at all, and you'll see the day that they don't live to regret it. So it wasn't religious, but we'll give it a bloody service. I know. That's what I mean. And if I ever get hypocritical, guys, ever, especially from the people I've interacted with for quite some time now, tell me if I've been a hypocrite. Tell me, I'll take it. I'm a big boy, you know. But I try not to be hypocritical. I always try to be honest and very straightforward. But you can't reason with people that are indoctrinated. You just can't. It's impossible. Well, it's not impossible. I can give an example right now, but I don't want to name a name. And but she knows. Anyway. It's amazing that sometimes if you care enough and you're passionate enough, you can alter someone's, you can turn someone's blinkered perspective on life or something, right? All you need to do sometimes with some people, if you've got good chemistry with them, is just go very gently and go, look. That's it. Reminded me a little bit of Jurassic Park, the first film, where they're so passionate about dinosaurs, and you know they're trying to figure out how they lived and all of that. And then you've got Sam Neill sat there in this truck looking forward. It's like, yeah, this is, you know, it's nice and all that. And then she's behind him, the feminine, the yin to his yang. She was sat behind him, and she turned his head to the side, and he saw all of these dinosaurs in real life. Obviously not in real life, although they're trying to bring the mammoth back. To see, you know. So, but then that's not a great example really, because that's her going, look, this is fake, because that's what they were. They weren't real dinosaurs. They were cloned. That's not real. Clone is a clone. Anyway, went right off track there as normal. Yeah, going back to religion, yeah, just yeah, so many people are completely and totally brainwashed and blinkered by it, and only the strong break free from that. Our nearest farm foods is 30 miles away. Fuck me. Having said that, though, Jordan, although I don't know why I'm even going to say this to you because you've already said it in your own head, I'll do that 60-mile round trip, but I'll make sure that I've got room for everything, because I will make sure that that shopping trip counts to the point where you've got so much fucking food in your car that it's put you in a very unfortunate position where you've had to go open the driver's side door, go round to your missus and say, look, I'm aware that you can no longer get into this car because it's full of food. But you know, I'm a prepper. I hope you understand. You know, here's a pound for the bus. But yes, mate, take advantage of it, even though it's 30 miles away. Take advantage of it, because farm foods is one of the few places left that's dotted around the country that's within that's well, the quality versus. So if you go to Asda, for example, I don't know if it's what each supermarket's got. It's got like a no frills value range, right? Each supermarket has got that, but Tesco's and Asda's, their value range is proper down there. I mean, we're talking. Shall I eat those sausages, those no frill sausages, or shall I eat that dog shit that's fresh and still has steam coming off it, so at least it's warm and I don't need to cook it? Like, whatever the fuck is in those sausages. Whereas farm foods, their range is just it's pretty balanced, you know. There's not. So at the main supermarkets you've got like the budget range, I think no frills, or I don't know because I don't buy that shit, right? The no frills version of Asda, right the way through to their signature dish or extra special or whatever they fucking call it, right? The difference between one and the other might not actually be that significant, but the price is. Whereas at farm foods, it's pretty level. Everything's pretty level and still affordable for now. So I highly recommend that you go to you try and find your local farm foods if you've got one, and plan it ahead. Make sure you've got enough room in your freezer for, like, you know, a shitload of butter and a shitload of this and a shitload of that. But yeah, just budget for a trip out to a farm foods. Most people, it's like, should we go out? Should we go out today? Yeah, where should we go? Let's go to the countryside. You know, it's nice and peaceful out there, and our souls will benefit from it. Yeah, let's do that. And then you find yourself in a beautiful big field, you know, just surrounded by bird song, no sirens, no noisy neighbours, no screaming brassy kids, nothing, just peace and nature. So that would be the average kind of idea of a drive out of town. But I do think that under current circumstances, I think farm foods is well worth a 60-mile round trip if you're going to shop and you've got the storage for it. But remember, you don't need to refrigerate ghee. Just saying. Or sardines. Or mackerel. Oh, I could give you a bit of a list. It's well worth the travel. Not long ago, everything was natural and organic because it was a thing, was just not a norm. Yeah, I had that conversation with my dad on Wednesday, Michael. Funny you should say that. And it was a really good analogy to throw at him, to say, look, you see, now everything's got pesticides and herbicides on there. You know, herbicides are bad enough for us, but pesticides are even worse for us because we're closer to insects than we are plants. You know. So anyway, Apple, 1971. I was born. I think times were hard. Early 70s. I can't believe that you're older than me, Paul. I really can't, because you don't look older than me. A lot happened in the 70s. It was a very unique time where the workers had the government by the bollocks, especially with the coal miners and stuff. But back then, the unions that workers had gave the workers a lot of power, and justified power, you know, power that was written into law, and it was appropriate and it was required, right? But all of the unions that represent workers now are all socialists. They're all political. So if you're at work and you're paying into one of these I forgot what they're called, unions, right? Then you're paying towards part of the problem. You're literally paying money into the coffers of the Labour Party just by paying your membership fee in a union. Now, when I was working for Mencap, I had quite a few run-ins with various managers, but I knew I know if I'm right, I'm right. That's it, you know. And it's always knowing that this is the truth. This is the truth. So I've gone in armed with the truth. You're not going to beat me. You're not going to beat me. So I have had union membership, but I think back then it meant a bit more. It doesn't mean fuck all now. It means nothing. But I had my union rep, and he was one of the best. You know, I was like, no, I'll give it. You know, I need this particular guy. He had a reputation. He's retired now. You know. But even then, I did all the talking. Every now and then, it'd sort of give me a little bit of a nudge and push a bit of paper in front of me, or it'd step in defence of me and say, what you've just said there, just that one thing, and all of this has been recorded in the minutes of this meeting, that one thing that you've just said there makes this entire disciplinary null and void. And he was right. So I didn't know all the laws and the intricacies and stuff, right? But I know if I'm right, and I know I've not done anything wrong, I'll fucking fight and fight and fight and fight and fight. I won't stop fighting. Oh man, where did that come from? Yeah, so in the 70s and 80s, the early 80s, the late and the mid to late 70s, it was kind of brewing up with the whole coal mining thing, right? Now, bearing in mind there were communities all over, especially all over the north and the northeast, mainly the northeast, right? But you know, we did have mines and stuff in the Midlands as well, not so much down south. So we were the powerhouse up north. We were the powerhouse of the country, right? And Industrial Revolution, which then spread to every other country. So as soon as Maggie Thatcher managed to convince and grease the palm of what was his name? Arthur Scargill. That was it. You see, that's another thing that really annoys me about people today, is that they've got a price. They've got no price. No price. Well, anyway, so going back to then, you know, they had the miners, the working class, held Parliament to ransom. But that all, you know, I moved back up there. I was born in Nottingham, but my mum was County Durham, and all of the pit villages and stuff that were around Peterlee where I lived, and it was just poverty stricken everywhere. So you had these thriving villages and stuff, and all of the businesses that kind of ran off the income that the miners were getting in, all of it just fell apart. There's no, right, we're going to have to take this industry away, but we'll give you this so that you can work with this instead. So, you know, none of that, you know. So looking back, maybe that was the start of the indoctrination of people to believe in the whole green agenda thing by closing the mines down and fucking up massive, and I mean fucking them up, massive societies, communities from all of these villages and towns, trashed overnight because they closed the mines down. I saw all of that. Well, not all of it, but I always save me ball bearing. Great in a catty. I tell you what, I've given it a go, Paul, and I'm not very good with a catapult. You know, I'm so bad with it, I'd probably end up knocking myself out with it. You know, oh shit, I faced it the wrong way. Not meant to be that way. And let go. Meant to be the other. Yeah, I've seen videos years ago that I don't believe were AI. And I've seen people with catapults and what they can do. I'm telling you, that it's a very primitive weapon, but it was very, very, very good if you can get accurate with it. My dad is an impulse buyer, and I am to some degree, but with more self-control than he is. And he bought this thing. I'll show you. The amount of stuff my dad's bought, being an impulsive chap, and I am very impulsive, but generally generally, there is a lot of thought behind those impulses. I ease myself back and think, do I need it? You know, is it going to benefit me and other people further down the line? You know, I ask myself at least those two questions, and then can I afford it? Right? In fact, can I afford it should be the first one. But then you need to balance out those two afterwards as well, because some things are necessary. So anyway, my dad, impulse buyer, the amount of stuff that he's bought and he's tried to palm off on me is ridiculous. But on this particular occasion, I just, you know, at the time, this is going back a few years now. I'm surprised I haven't shown you this before. You're not going to be that impressed. Don't worry. But then I was quite vulnerable. I was like, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it, Dad. You know, I was just, yeah. And this is it. You know, you couldn't make this shit up. And I doubt if anyone's actually seen one of these before, because I hadn't. So there's your ball bearings. Yeah. And I think anyone that's any good with a slingshot would agree that that is a rabbit. That's definitely a rabbit killer, right? These are rabbit killers. But what he expected me to shoot these ball bearings out of, you know, these things here, he wanted me to shoot them out of that, which to me looks like some sort of, I don't know, a condom for a donkey, something like that. And now that I've said that, I'm going to feel really uncomfortable in demonstrating it, because I wish I hadn't said that now, because now it's going to look like some form of some sort of bestiality demonstration. You see, I never know where a live stream is going to go anyway. So I'm not going to do it in here. You put the ball bearing inside like that, right? And then you've probably guessed it. You aim that at whatever it is you want to try and. There's more stuff in there. Hold on. I don't want an incident. Oh, some smaller ball bearings. Make it even harder. So you put the ball bearing inside like that, and then you aim at what you want to try and kill, and then you pull it back and let go. Now, I don't want to throw it away, because my dad gave it me, you know, and I've become a little bit of a sentimental old sod over the last 6 years or so. So yeah, you know, if ever you wanted to make, you know, sling and ball bearing hunting look less sexy and less masculine, I think I've just pulled that off as well. Just the simplicity and the power is unreal. Yeah, but I've got the wrong limbs though, Jordan, for that bow. And that was something I was going to lead on to, and that was to Michael. When I went camping with Michael and Alan, and Michael showed me his bow. You see, when you're an innuendo guy, you're an innuendo guy, and it just takes over you. It takes over you, you know. So Michael's bow is very, very, very impressive. And if I was to picture and own the perfect recurve bow, it would probably be a half decent price range. It would probably be what Michael's got, because that's quite impressive. And again, there are going to be people that don't know about bows, so just very quickly go over it, right? So this is a bog standard normal bow, right? And you just attach the string to that end, push it down, bend it, and then attach the string to the other end. Never leave your bows stringed, ever. Again, that's another downside if you're using it for home defense, is that it's like, right, stop smashing your way through my front door. You need to give me a minute. I need to string my bow. That's where the crossbows come in, and various other things that are very legal. So that's a normal bow. And then you've got your recurve bow, where the ends, the limbs, are curved. So you can get so much more power out of a recurve bow, because these, oh, they're fucked off already, because these have collapsed so many times that the girls have fucked off into the front room. They're like, there's too chaotic in here, I want to chill out. So you've got those two different types of bow, and then you've got lines running through it, all left, right, and centre. What are they called? It's gone. They'll come back to me. But with them, you know, mechanism fucks up, or some of it's one part of it snaps. The rethreading of a bow like that's got more power, right, is such a fucking nightmare. So we need to try. This is the whole point, is that we need to try and go back and try and aim towards things that, if it's not broke, then don't fix it. Go back to simplicity. But yeah, I am tempted to buy another bow, but it will probably be something either similar or identical to the one that Michael's got. And I guarantee, Michael, oh, good night, Jordan. Oh man, see, way behind. I can imagine that Michael's not got that much practice in. Yeah, it's a nice bow. That it's a decent recurve. Nice. It's a nice length. It's just perfectly proportioned. There's no way of not making this an innuendo. None. Yeah, unions. Yeah, all unions are fucked. Absolutely fucked now. Right, Michael, do you want to give me just a brief rundown of what the comeback was? Because I've only just got back all the way down to catching up with all of the comments and that. Did he not come back in a good way? Type it up, brother, and I'm just going to get a top up. You see, some people would go away, and this is what's happened. It has happened a few times. Some people will go away when they've been put on what's known as the naughty step, if you like. Well, it's time out. It's called time out. It's probably a better phrase, because naughty step will just wind people up even more. You know, you don't want that. So put in time out for half an hour. Now, most people would use that half an hour to reflect and think, right, do you know what? There's some interesting characters in that. I feel like I can be comfortable about talking about anything in this live chat. It seems like a nice laid back live stream. Maybe I'll ease off the whole religion thing and find out a little bit more about prepping. So most people should use that time out to their advantage, take a few breaths and come in with a brand new approach. So I'm just a little bit of cool down significantly. So it's hoodie time. So, you know, take that half an hour time out to just compose yourself and then rejoin us. You know, but if you're going to come back the same cunt that you were before you were put in time out, then you're just gone. You know, we can't be doing with it. We don't need any more shit. We're already spinning plenty of plates. I think the majority of us are spinning these plates at a manageable rate, right? So anyone that and adds more complication and more stress to your life, especially if it's on a regular basis and there's a pattern forming, my advice is to reject. I've said for the last 5-6 years that I would rather walk this world completely and utterly alone than have people around me that just feast on me or I just can't relate to anymore. Or people that I just don't get any. I don't want everyone in my life to benefit from me, but I don't want anyone in my life that's going to take from me. Anyone that's in my life now doesn't need to take from me because I'll give. You know. But yeah, you know, if someone's gone into timeout and have come back all guns blazing again, then I'm not, you know. So I appreciate that, Michael. It's a shame, and the point I was trying to make is that everyone in these live streams gets a much bigger chance to be able to reconfigure and ease down a little bit and just ask questions and sort of give opinions on stuff that they might know a little bit about and stuff like that. That's absolutely fine. And but if you're just gonna be negative all the time and you've just taken offense, again, you've taken that. I've not given you that. And then they come back after half an hour and they're all guns blazing again. Then again, we've got enough going on out there. We do try to come together on a live stream to flow, you know, just chill out, kind of put the world to rights in our own unique little way and be positive, you know. I'm positive. So when people come along and they start to impede our want to be positive and balanced, we can't, because I am very pro free speech. I don't want to be a hypocrite, you know. But I just think I stand by my opinion on religion, that it is written by man, relies on religion, is weak, you know. And again, I don't mean to offend anyone by that, but they are weak. If they're relying on a religion, then they are weak. The moment that you wake up and rely on yourself completely, whilst still being there for others, then I think that's about right. But hey ho, I'm just some hippie guy. What's the fuel availability like everywhere? Well, I'm sure you can appreciate, Paul, that I did think ahead, and ever since, again, if I knew then what I know now about chemo, if you were at the time, the COVID thing was happening, and I was under so much pressure knowing that Sal was given a death sentence. It was like that constantly. And then I had that moment at night where I had this massive fucking down of loads of things just clicking into place in my head. I don't know where I was going with that. Yes, yeah, I do. Yeah, right. So, but at the time, I was hoping that chemo would cure Sally, you know, so we could grow old together, you know. And she thought that. Again, I know so much now, but I didn't know that then. It's a bit gutting, you know. So because I saw chemo as the only hope, and so did Sal, because I didn't know any better. During COVID, there was a couple of times where there was, you know, fuel shortage fear. So not actually a fuel shortage, but the fear of it, to the point where it caused loads and loads of people to go out and start queuing up at fucking petrol and diesel stations. Just because they heard one newsreader turn around and go, there may be fuel shortages as a result of this. Quite soon. And that's it. It's like, I need to get some fuel. But because of making sure from a prepping, even just a prepping standpoint, I had to make sure, again, it just makes it even more sad, really. I had to make sure that I had enough diesel in that car set aside in separate containers to make sure that she got through her chemo. And that sort of repetition of doing that's never stopped. So chances are I'll still be driving around in my car when everyone else is like, ran out of diesel, can't get any more, you know? On top of the fact that I've got a motorhome out there that's not running. So get this for a dilemma that I didn't see coming, that I did not see coming. I've had another pikey come round with a very, very genuine interest in my motorhome, which is a self-contained motorhome, its own grey waste tank, its own freshwater tank, its own heating system for a hot shower, a shower room, a toilet with the toilet in there. It's 4-berth. It's got a fridge. It's got a full fucking oven. My caravan, which is a 4-berth caravan, that hasn't even got an oven. It's just got a grill and 4 hobs. My motorhome has a full oven. You can cook a full Sunday roast beef dinner in that van. And then it's got a heater system. I've built in a solar powered. This is going somewhere. Bear with me. A solar powered battery bank system with a pure sine wave solar controller. What else have I done? There's a partially fitted diesel heater as well. So you've got 2 backup sources. So you'll have 2 backup sources for heating, 2 backup sources for cooking, 2 backup sources for heating, cooking. Oh, it's gone. So this is my dilemma now. That camper van is so fucking old that it is theoretically possible to run that, as in to run that on vegetable oil. So imagine, 5 litres of cooking oil for £6.99, or was it £5.99? £1.66 a litre round the corner at the moment, which will go to £2 a litre, £3 a litre, £4 a litre, £5 a litre. So I've got an Irish guy, a pikey, that's basically saying, I'll buy your van off you. I'll buy it off you. I can do it all myself. I can fix it all myself. Or do I hold on, find a reputable mobile mechanic that can turn around and say, this is what's wrong with it. This is how much it's going to cost to get it fixed. And then either sell it or buy a shitload of vegetable oil as a backup. But then, having said that, that would be bugging out. That would be me sort of disappearing and driving off up into the Scottish Highlands or the Lake District or something, and trying to eke out a survival there. But it's just not practical, and I'll die defending my home. And that's another thing that annoys me, is there are so many fucking YouTubers out there that are saying, you need to do this, you need to do that. Yeah, they're in a completely different country. And then you've got more and more and more people who were in a position where they could sell up and move to another country. I've got that option. I do have that option, and buy somewhere cheap and warm. But that came at a massive cost, massive. But I see so many of my fellow Englishmen and women, especially the Englishmen, leaving the UK. I see that as a form of traitory. Because I will stand and defend my home, and I will stand and defend my country. I'm not going to fight for Scotland because I'm not Scottish. I'm just hoping that there's enough Scottish people up there that are prepared to fight for Scotland. And the same applies to Wales and Ireland and Southern Ireland. I see them as part of us. We separate them from what they're meant to be part of. Ah, dear. But yeah, anyway, Paul, I topped it up a tenner. Well, it came to about £7 because as soon as I see that needle going down, petrol station, even if it's like £4, £8, £10, £12, whatever it is, do not let that petrol go anywhere close to touching 3/4 of a tank. Nowhere near. If you can afford, obviously, if you can afford it. So, energy vampires. Yeah, you're right there, Paul. There's a lot of them around. Free speech carries a responsibility in the way you choose to use it. Oh, I love that, Michael. You can tell you're a fucking musician. You can. I've never had any complaints about my bow. Michael, me and your missus had a chat. We had a chat. And I've been meaning to tell you about this for a while now. Don't tell her because she doesn't know I want to tell you about this. But she said that you bought that particular recurve bow because you were lacking down there. So the recurve bow became an extension. Now some blokes go through a midlife crisis that have got erectile dysfunction. They go out and buy a fucking Porsche Boxster. You went out and bought a bow. But hey, she still loves you. She still fucking loves you, man. Oh dear, my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Michael. Find it quite odd. So many come in all love and light and then flip the script and spam comment or turn nasty, not just by chance in mind. I think what it is, David, I think some people come in and think, oh, this seems like really, really laid back. Everyone's quite chilled out and there's lots of conversation going on and it's quite active and blah, blah, blah. Until you bring up on honesty about religion, right? And the other one is sort of political based. So if they turn around and say, again, because I know it's nothing, I've forgotten what it's called, but the Habib and Lowe collaboration party. You see, because I know what that's all about, and I was warning everyone about reform before everything became obvious about reform. You know, I'm very, very honest. So the two people that tend to get offended the most, which touch wood, is not very often. It's not very often. I think we've been very, very lucky considering these are public live streams open to anyone to join in. I think we've been very lucky on two fronts. And one is that we've not had that many sort of blinkered, brainwashed religious types. In fact, we've not really had much like that at all, you know. But I do think religion hits a nerve with so many people. I mean, there were death threats put out against someone that did a little cartoon about Muhammad. Not that long ago. Remember? Yeah, I'm putting shit like that out in memes on this channel. So, but yeah, I do like to, it is nice to give people a chance to just chill out, recompose, and come back in again. And, you know, you'll find a group of people that are happy to help you and talk to you. And what we've got here is very special. It is. It's been 6-ish years in the making. So, yeah, again, it's that fine line. It's that tolerance level, you know, how much do you tolerate from people that are just clearly not vibing with us at all in any way, shape or form. So many, a true Christian would preach the gospel of peace. Yeah, but I do think he did put something like that in there, Michael. I think he did. And I agree, but you don't need to be religious to promote peace. That's my point. All of the good things that make up a beautiful human being, they're innate. They're already in you. You don't need to go to a fucking church, even though they would all old churches were designed for something different back then. But you didn't need to go to a church or become a Christian to, you know, you need to be able to put yourself in a position where you can regret and then learn from that mistake and then not do it again. You know, again, I agree with living in a country that continues with Christian values, but none of those Christian values right now in this country they're not there. So, but I would be more than happy to be part of the movement that, yeah. What's the diesel heater like? Keep thinking about getting one. Right, Paul, I initially bought a cheap Chinese one, right? And they are, they're like clones. It doesn't matter what company you get one from, they're like clones. And it worked as soon as it was all set up and that. When they start off, they're a little bit noisy, but it doesn't take long before that noise subsides. And the fucking heat that these things give off is intense. To the point where, and you never hear me go, I'm too hot. Oh, you might hear me go, oh, it's hot. But you'll never hear me complain about it being hot. Whereas when that diesel heater first started off and kicking off and worked initially, I was like, fuck me, it's fucking hot. Excuse my language, guys, but I was very passionate about the statements I was saying at the time. It was very, very, very powerful. And the amount of diesel that these diesel, you've got an external 3 really. It's got loads of cities, but there are 3 main ones, and I think that's Birmingham. You've just got, yeah, just keep planting those seeds, mate. You know, just because the truth, fortunately, they're going to majority of them, whereas you are quite isolated, very isolated. So I don't think you'll have to tolerate anywhere near as much shit as we will. But then that's in the short term. In the long term, but then it's oh no, you motherfucker! So the whole thing disappeared. I thought it just ended. So yeah, David, you are Nottingham's. You are Scotland's connection to Nottingham. So, and I've got no connections. I've got some connections with Scotland now, right? So you've got connections with Nottingham, being brought up in a pub at the top of the main road where I was brought up, which is fucking bizarre. But so the United Kingdom is a corporation, whereas Great Britain isn't. And I see Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, England, and Southern Ireland as part of us, as a collective. I'm sure the Southern Irish wouldn't like me to probably say that, you know. No, we're separate. But I'm just thinking, there's people over here that want to try and help you out a little bit, because you're a tiny little country and you're just getting inundated by the cockroaches to the point where no one's going to feel safe going out in the street anymore. It's been allowed to happen. So we'll fight for England also if needed. My kids are still there also. So get skin in the game. David, we've all got skin in this game. It's just that there's a massive chunk of people out there that just have absolutely no idea of that fact. No idea. Again, reverting back to the whole, COVID's over now. It's over now. Back to normal. It's all right. Carry on. I don't know why I sounded like I had to do an impression of a gay man, you know. But people have just settled straight back into it. It's like, oh, that was quite stressful. I'm glad that's done and dusted. Moving along, not realizing that they've just come through is fuck all. Nothing close to what's ahead of them. Nothing close. Now, I've had to remind a few people, and it always feels like a shame when I feel like I've had to remind people, because I don't want to lose good potential future relationships, you know. Yeah, look, we can only do so much with people. I don't think we should give up on them, because people that I thought were never ever going to come round ended up coming around. But our main objective now really is to A, stay alive, and B, get our countries back, because I would fight for Scotland. I would. Again, I see Scotland, Ireland, England and Wales as like brothers and sisters from the same family, you know. So yeah, I would help out if I could, you know. But consider yourself lucky to where you're living, David, because you are quite remote. But then I explained again that last prep food haul video. I made a mistake in that video by saying that we don't grow sugar beet, right? When we actually do. But I pointed out that we import not far off half of what we consume. So I tried to make it right, because I don't like being wrong. I don't. But when I am wrong, I either try and circumvent it with something that might kind of back it up, or will back it up. Fucking hell. Fight for Eagle also. What? Oh, hold on. There's something coming up on the screen. It won't go away. Is it because of that? Right. Okay. So England. Yeah. So a lot of us would fight for Scotland as well, mate, because we are in the same boat. The difference between the vast majority of society, maybe less, I hope less, don't realize that they are in a boat, and in a boat that's sinking. Whereas you can be in the same boat as people, like probably the vast majority of anyone